And we are about halfway through the first round of personal watercraft. We already have our stock eliminators out there in the lanes. Should have modified eliminators getting ready to go in here pretty quick. Top eliminators should be headed to the lanes. Top eliminator, need you guys to the in-ramp, please. Pro eliminator, I need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Quick eliminator, you guys are on deck. All right, here comes our next pair. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 1469, and that is Colton Byler. He calls the boat Stretch, dialed in at a 1261. Comes in as your number 8 qualifier with a 1262 and 2 yesterday. In the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 65 is Raven Broadway, your number 3 qualifier. He's dialed in at a 10-3. Calls that boat the Golden Child, sponsored by Family Power Sports, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, where strangers become family. Petroflex Oilfield Services, RV Repair Crew, Kent Elliott Roofing, quality since 1966. Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, your business is our hobby. Miss Matthews, T-shirts and more, bottled up, and Papa with the bald head. I don't know what happened to Raven, but it took him a while to get off seconds, and there just was no catching up after that. Your winner's going to be in the left lane, Colton Byler. Moving to the next round from number 8 qualifier to first round winner. Next up, in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, your number 1 qualifier. Taking a bye run into round 2 is going to be Delaney Head. Driving for John Nodler, calls the boat Head Start, sponsored by neighbor John and family. She's dialed in at a 12 and 68. Here she comes. Maybe. Slowly. Well, I'm not sure what happened there. Delaney started off and then sort of just shut back down, and now just sitting facing the opposite direction right at the start beam. Get a jet ski over there to check on her real quick. So tough luck for Delaney. I don't know exactly what happened there, but the good news is it was a bye run. So she'll be able to move into the next round. She'll face Angelique Shaw. So hopefully nothing major. They can get that figured out pretty quickly, and she'll be able to come back around for the next round. Check one. All right, so that's going to do it for personal watercraft. And we are going to be moving into stock eliminator. Stock eliminator, still a dial-in class. So the way that works, if you're not familiar, personal watercraft, stock eliminator, and pro comp flat, those are all dial-in classes for us. They will come out and tell the starter what they think their boat is going to run. They have limits. They can only run within certain numbers. For example, here in stock eliminator, 9 seconds is as fast as they can go. If they want to run in the 8s, they got to move up to modified eliminator. But either way, they will come up, they will give their time, and we will plug that into the computer, and then the computer will build the head start based on the dial-ins, assuming there is one, and take care of all of that. And then it's just a matter of, it's a staggered start, so then it's a matter of getting to the finish line first without breaking out of whatever your dial-in was. So if you dialed in at a 9 flat and ran an 8.99, that's too fast, and that would get you disqualified under most cases. So here we go. First boat in stock eliminator is going to be Doug Fox. He's lined up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 80 calls the boat worst case scenario. Currently your points leader for the season, sponsored by Flying F Farms. He also comes in as your number 1 qualifier with a 9.005. And he's dialed in right now with a 9.007. And he'll be taking a bye run into the second round. There's 10 seconds left on the countdown. Doug Fox taking his bye run into the second round. He did turn it red by 92 thousandths of a second, but it won't hurt him right now. And he broke out. He was too fast at both ends. Dialed in a 907, ran a 905 with a 3. Very lucky that it was a bye run. That's all I can say. 89-mile-an-hour pass. Here comes our first pair of stock eliminators for the first round in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock, driving for Al Kirshner. Racing in memory of Max Davis, thank MTR. They call the boat Plum Crazy, and he's dialed in at 9.2. In the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 817 is Stephen Russell. Calls the boat Harry Canary, sponsored by A.E. Shull, Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports. Special thanks to Rick Gordon and Jimmy Kemp. Cedarbuilt, Pumps by Chalk, Back in Black Crew, and thank you to the parents. And also the VFW and Auxiliary in Willow, California. Stephen Russell's dialed in at a 935. 10 seconds to go on the countdown. So your winner is going to be in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, Rodney Blackstock and Plum Crazy. He was a tenth of a second slower coming off the line, and both drivers broke out. But Rodney Blackstock broke out by 11 thousandths. And Stephen Russell broke out by 37 thousandths, and the damage is done. So Rodney Blackstock will be moving to the next round. Here comes our next pair for stock eliminator. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 707. That boat's a TX20 powered by Chevrolet. They call the boat Cracker Jack, and the driver is Natasha Cruz. She's dialed in at a 9 and 85. Sponsored by Hand Motorsports, Carter Rig Service, Eagle Motorsports, Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. Special thanks to Cheryl Hand, head cheerleader, and Chase West. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, your number 3 qualifier is Zachary Watson. Calls the boat Chicks Dig It, T-shirts and more. Central Texas Gents, Anytime Air and Electric, Mills Market, Fishman, and WCR Construction helping to sponsor their season. Here we go. Natasha Cruz got beat on a hole shot. Your winner is going to be Zachary Watson in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane. He came off the line in 18 hundredths of a second. Natasha came off at 63 hundredths of a second and then ran a 979 with a 5 on a 985 dial-in and broke out by 54 thousandths of a second trying to get to the other end. Tough luck for Natasha Cruz. Not the run she was looking for. Just got caught sleeping at the line, and Zachary Watson will take the win. Pro Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, warm up and be ready. Pro Comp Flat, grab your gear. You're up after that. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 0647 is Garrick Snyder. Calls the boat Young Gun, sponsored by Real Medina Truck and Auto, Real Fab and Weld, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar, Long's Machine, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage, Regan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, and Trinity Racing Ministries. He's dialed in at a 9 flat. In the Paris, Texas right lane, in a boat he calls White Girl, that's Justin Stewart. Sponsored by Aquatic Balance Pool Services, RB Props, Infamous Brewery, Brady Truck Service, Design Ecology. And Justin Stewart going to take the win in the right-hand lane. 39 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Ran a 928 with a 3 on a 905 dial-in. But Garrick Snyder pushed too hard. He dialed in at a 9 flat, ran an 897 with a 7 and broke out by 22 thousandths of a second. He got there first. But the breakout eliminates him, and Stewie going to be moving to the next round. Here comes our last pair of stock eliminators in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 1776 is Ricky Brooks. calls the boat American Pride. Comes in as your number 7 qualifier, and he's dialed in at a 9 and 25. Been working on this boat for 3 years, hoping to get it dialed in and take a W. Is today the day? We will find out shortly. Cool Creations, Boat Docks, Winger Race Engines, Central Texas Jets, all helping to sponsor him, and his tuner is Mickey Harlow. In the Paris, Texas right lane is Blackie Bame. Calls the boat Blackie's Magic, boat number 746. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. Blackie Bame takes the win and moves to the next round. He got Ricky on a hole shot. 73 thousandths of a second for reaction time for Blackie Bame. Ricky Brooks, 21 hundredths, almost 22 hundredths of a second to get off the line. And Blackie Bame will be moving to the next round. He'll face Justin Stewart. Doug Fox and Rodney Blackstock will face off in round 2. And Zachary Watson's got himself a bye run. And now we're going to move to modified eliminator. These guys run on an 8-second index. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, it's going to be Greg Conley. Calls the boat Thunder and Lightning, boat number 239. It's a TX-18 Youngblood powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Cars Restoration, RK Ranco Industries, Pumps by Chop, Outlaw Boat Racers, and Mudsucker Mafia. And in the Paris, Texas right lane is Andrew Decker. Calls the boat N2 Deep, boat number 311 out of Buckholz, Texas. Sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Samantha, Danny and Christine Springer. Looking pretty decals. And thanks to his wife and kids. 8 seconds is the index. And your winner is going to be in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane. Boat number 311, Andrew Decker takes the win. It took 77 hundredths of a second, rather, for Greg Conley to get off the line. And Andrew Decker runs an 8.002 on an 8-second index. And there's your winner. Adrian, can you come up to the tower real quick? Adrian, can you come up to the tower, please? In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 147. That's going to be Hunter Pritchard. Calls the boat Show Me That. Sponsored by Highway 48 Boat and Marine Engines, Oaks Construction, Big Boss Liquor, Chris Bryan Promotions, Jet Boat Bills Performance Shop, and Worry Be Gone. And in the Paris, Texas right lane is Hardy Cole. Racing for Mickey Harlow out of Odessa, Texas. Hardy Cole coming out of Joplin, Missouri. Calls the boat Booger Red. Sponsored by Jet Boat Bills Performance, Sonia Owensby, 4A Pest Control, Dead Aim Racing, Carol McKinney. It took Hunter Pritchard almost 2 full seconds to get started and get off the line, and that's all it took for Hardy Cole to take the win in the right-hand lane. He'll be moving to the next round. Ran an 8.16 with a 90-mile-an-hour pass. In the Hobbs Manufactured home left lane, boat number 517, racing out of Tyler, Texas, going to be Jesse James Jr. Calls the boat Outlaw, sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagle Motorsports, and JCD. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, in a boat he calls Blue Bayou, is boat number 345, Jeremy Alexander. Your winner going to be in the left-hand lane. Jesse James Jr. takes the win. Moving on in the Outlaw, Jeremy Alexander was a little slower coming off the line and then ran a 7.97 with a 6 on an 8 and broke out. And Jesse James Jr. will take the win. All right, here we go. Your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder. Calls the boat Big Iron. Your number 10 qualifier. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. He comes in as your number 3 qualifier. Calls that boat Happy Hour. Here we go. Your winner is going to be in the right-hand lane. Stephen Walls takes the win with Happy Hour. 8 seconds was the index. He ran an 8:04 with a 6. Grant Snyder jumped early, 37 hundredths of a second in the red. 37 thousandths of a second in the red. And that'll do it. Your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 157 is James Kemp. Calls the boat Side Chick. Number 11 qualifier. Sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Guyhan Motorsports, FloatFix.com. And in the Paris, Texas right lane is Lane McDonald. Calls the boat High Voltage, boat number 794. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, Alltex Welding, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, SWAT Speed Marine, George Olson, Mom, Dad, Melanie, and his fiancee, Caitlin. James Kemp turns it red by 13 thousandths of a second, and Lane McDonald going to be your winner, moving into the next round. Lane McDonald broke out by 1,000th of a second, ran a 6.9989 on an 8-second index. But James Kemp's red light had already done the deal, and Lane McDonald be moving to the next round. And here's your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 314 is Austin Fugate. Racing out of Fort Worth, Texas. Calls the boat Minimum Effort. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Fugate Construction, Beaver Fab, Tony Hendricks Engines, Crusader Sports Academy, and special thanks to Mom and Dad. In the Paris, Texas right-hand lane is your number 1 qualifier. Boat number 941K. That is Bill Miles. Calls the boat Crazy Cracker. Sponsored by Jim and Judy Miles, St. Charles Boat and Motor, Anton's Heating and Cooling, Salesman Farms, and Haas Props. And your number one qualifier is moving into the next round. Austin Fugate got there first, but he went too fast. Ran a 7:78 on an 8-second index and broke out by almost 22 hundredths of a second. And Bill Miles will be moving to the next round. So Bill Miles and Jesse James Jr. will face off in round 2. Lane McDonald will race against Cole Hardy. Stephen Walls will race against Andrew Decker. Teresa Malice and Jay Hudgens, we need you guys back to the in-ramp as soon as possible, please, for that rerun. Teresa Malice and Jay Hudgens, we need you guys to the in-ramp as soon as possible for that rerun. All right, here we go. For top eliminator now on a 7-second index. In the Paris, Texas right-hand lane is boat number 405. That's going to be Matt Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. He comes in your number one qualifier with a 7:01. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water. Thanks to Allie, Radley, and Hazel. Taking his bye run into the next round. All right, quick eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator, we're ready for you guys at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, need you guys warming up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, you're on deck. Bill Miller went for a little bit of a bumpy ride there for a little bit. Decided to just back out of it and let the boat settle back down, which was a smart decision, especially since he was on a bye run with no competition. Ran an 8:15 with a 9, 23 thousandths of a second for reaction time. Here's your first pair for top eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is Ashley Winslet, having her 30th birthday today. How cool would that be to get a win? We'll see how it works. Boat number 655, they call it Vanishing Breed, racing out of Dallas, Texas. Sponsored by Rhino Co., Rebecca Banks, Fastline Fabricators. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, Chantel, Ryder, Nancy Stacks, Bill Diaz, racing for the Davises. Her mentors and family, Jerry, Nancy, and Max, racing in heaven. You will be missed. And a big happy birthday to Ashley Winslet. In the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 851K is Jake Ballard, racing for John Parham. Calls the boat Control Issues. It's an 18-foot gull wing with a big block Chevrolet for power, sponsored by Ballard Performance and John Parham. And here we go. Your winner's going to be Jake Ballard in the right-hand lane. Ashley Winslet just a little slow coming off the line. Took her almost a half second to get going. And then broke out at the top end, trying to get caught up. Just could not get it done. And Jake Ballard with a much cleaner run, 11 thousandths of a second for reaction time. Ran a 7:07 with an 8, and that will be good enough to take the win and move into the next round. Tough luck for Ashley Winslet. Your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 411 is going to be Ryan Benson. Calls the boat Full Circle out of Mansfield, Texas. That boat's a Curtis powered by a Ryer Morrison. Sponsored by Complete Wiring Solutions, All-Star Motors, Patty Doyle. Special thanks to Jeff and Stephanie Myro and Bo Myro. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane is Bob Winder out of Lake Hills, Texas. Calls the boat Mama's Diamond. Sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson's Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, Lone Star Materials, and United Tool. Bob Winder, your number 4 qualifier. Ryan Benson, your number 7. Here we go. There was only 19 thousandths of a second difference between those two boats at the finish line, but your winner is going to be Ryan Benson, moving into the next round with a 7:09 with a 102-mile-an-hour pass, and a 14 thousandth of a second reaction time. Bob Winder broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. Ryan Benson going to be moving to the next round. Quick eliminator, I need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator, I need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, stand by, you guys are on deck. Quick eliminator, need you guys to the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, need you warmed up, ready to go. Here comes your next pair of top eliminators. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 717 is Bobby Thurman. He calls that boat Crap Shooter. Sponsored by Sambo's Logging. Thank you to the SDBA, his loving wife Kim Thurman, Chris English, and the Sucker Punch crew for all their help. One of the few machines out here powered by Ford. In the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 715 is Jerry Branham out of Tyler, Texas. Calls that boat Back in Black. Sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chops. Jerry Branham coming in as your number 3 qualifier. He ran a 7:01 with a 6 yesterday in qualifying. All right, starter call for the lights. There's 25 seconds on the countdown. Bobby Thurman and Crap Shooter in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left-hand lane. Jerry Branham Back in Black in the Paris, Texas right lane. Here they come. Well, I'm not entirely sure what happened. It looked like maybe the diverter didn't kick up. I'm not sure what happened, but either way, tough luck for Jerry Branham. Bobby Thurman going to be your winner in the left lane. And your next pair, your final pair for top eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 494 is going to be George Olson. Calls that boat money well wasted out of Galveston, Texas. Sponsored by Olson Piling. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, going to be David Merchant out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Flat Wicked, boat number 500. Comes in as your number 2 qualifier with a 7:01 with a 3. That boat's a Canyon Marine powered by Chevrolet, thanks to his wife Dawn. Also to Electrofreeze of Texas, and special thanks to Bruce and Bobby Wicker of Electrofreeze of Texas, George and GW Golf. Quick eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp. If you're not there, you're late. Teresa Mollis and Jay Hudgens, we need your boat back to the in-ramp, please, for your rerun. Teresa Mollis and Jay Hudgens, we need your boats at the ramp, please, for your rerun. Quick eliminator, you guys should be at the in-ramp already. Pro Comp Flat, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, stand by, you guys are up after that. Don't forget, we got a whole group of food vendors set up back here on vendor row. Got yayes with burgers and fries, foot-long corn dogs, chicken strips and fries, nachos, coffee and drinks. There's Texas-sized sirloin steak kebabs back there as well. Roz's Eats. They got cheeseburger wraps, turkey wraps, sandwiches and other wraps and drinks. The Chocolate Kettle with chocolate dip cheesecake, in case you got a hankering for something super sweet. And last but certainly not least, Shiver Me Shavers. They got snow cones, they got iced coffee, they got smoothies. It's hot. Go get you a snow cone. I'm telling you right now, you will not regret it. You might be thinking, oh, I'm trying to watch my weight, trying to be good. Trust me, you're gonna sweat that snow cone out by noon and be ready for another one. All right, here we go. Pro Comp Flat, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat needs you to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, warm them up, get ready. Top Alcohol Hydro, you're on deck. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, George Olson, money well wasted. In the Paris, Texas right lane, David Merchant, Flat Wicked. Final race for the first round of Top Eliminator. Here we go. And just like that, your number 2 qualifier goes home for the day. Your winner is going to be in the left lane, George Olson, and money well wasted. David Merchant was too fast and broke out by 34 thousandths of a second, ran a 6.96 with a 5 on a 7-second index. And George Olson will take the win. He also broke out by 19 thousandths of a second. And I think maybe that's what pulled David Merchant, because David actually had the better start, 65 thousandths of a second versus George Olson's 17 hundredths of a second. But either way, David Merchant breaks out, and George Olson will be moving to the next round. He'll be facing Ryan Benson. Looks like Bobby Thurman will have a bye run in the next round, and Matt Miller will race Jake Ballard. And now we should be moving to Pro Eliminator. Hey, Pro Comp Flat, you guys are needed at the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, we need you at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Top Alcohol Hydro, you're on deck. Here's your first pair for Pro Eliminator, now running on a 6.5 second index in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 700. That is Cindy Helms out of Melbourne, Arkansas. The boat's an Eliminator powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Irvin Caps Racing and Arkansas Wholesale. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 895K is Ty Bolwig. Calls the boat High Plains Drifter, sponsored by Bolwig Electric and Refrigeration, Wicks Truck Trailers of Kansas City. That is a watercraft hydro with a Keith Black Chevrolet for power. 6.5 seconds the index. Here we go. And your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane, Ty Bolwig and High Plains Drifter, going to take the win. Just had a better run all the way around, 55 thousandths of a second for reaction time, ran a 6.63 with a 3 for 124 mile an hour pass. Cindy Helms, 15 hundredths of a second for reaction time, and then ran a 6, and that just wasn't going to be enough. Ty Bolwig will take the win. Here's your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 323 is going to be Mark Creel. Calls the boat Patriot. It's a Curtis 501 powered by Chevrolet. Thanks to Jaw Little, Ray Beth and Wayne Fox, and Alabama RV. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 789 is Dawson Dickerson. Calls the boat Pat Dad's Pocketbook. He's your number 1 qualifier yesterday with a 6.52 and a 6. Sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable Engines, Olson's Pilot, Watt, Speed, and Marine. All right, starter call for the lights. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is Mark Creel and the Patriot. In the Paris, Texas right lane, Dawson Dickerson. Dad's Pocketbook. Pro Eliminator running on a 6.5 second index. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. Going to be Dawson Dickerson taking the win. Played it smart. Ran a 6:52 with 71 thousandths of a second for a reaction time and just had a better run. That's really all it came down to. Almost 0.2 of a second difference between those two boats at the finish line. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 014 calls the boat moisture missile. That's a tongue twister right there, let me tell you. Number 6 qualifier with a 7:05 with a 7 on a 6.5 index. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 465 is Chad Cupid out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma, calls the boat Warpath. It's a DeMarco powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Allen's Welding, Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics, Moonlit Mountain Cabins, and Outlaw Boat Races. Chad Cupid going to be your winner in the right-hand lane. Ran a 6:62 with a 2 on a 6.5. 41 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. And your number 3 qualifier going to be moving on to the next round. Mark Roby looked like he might have had it wind, and then he kind of backed off right here at the very end, it looked like to me anyway. And he turned in a 6.75 with a 3 on a 6.5. Here comes your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 657 is Gavin Schneider, calls the boat 6 to midnight. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Weld, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machinery, RTS Construction, Regan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and thanks to the family and crew. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 191 is Cersei Elrod out of Greenbrier, Arkansas. That boat's a TPR Stealth with a big block Chevrolet for power. Sponsored by Ballard Performance, SM Elrod Incorporated, Aaron's Powder Coating, Elrod Company, and Spring Creek Nursery. And he calls that boat Obsession. Cersei Elrod, actually your number 2 qualifier with a 6:54 and 2 yesterday. Gavin Schneider, number 7. We already know that Dawson Dickerson and Ty Bolwig will face off on the other side of the ladder in Pro Eliminator. Winner of this race will face Chad Coopet in the next round. We'll just have to wait and see how it shakes out. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Hydro, get it warmed up and ready. Personal Watercraft, you guys are on deck. 20 seconds on the countdown. Gavin Snyder, 6 to midnight in the left lane. Cersei Elrod, Obsession in the right. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. It's going to be Cersei Elrod. An Obsession. He ran a 6:60 with a 4 at 115 miles an hour. Gavin Snyder had the better start, but just slowed down a little bit on the way down. Ran a 6:66 with a 1. And there was a 43,000th of a second difference between those two boats at the finish line. Cersei Elrod will be moving to the next round. Chad Coopet will be waiting for him. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for you guys at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for you guys at the in-ramp. Here we go. Quick eliminator now on a 6-second index. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, going to be boat number 505. Okay, here comes our rerun. If you were here this morning, you'll remember that these guys finished up with identical red lights. There was a meeting of the minds And the decision was made that the only real good way to figure that out was to let them run again and see how it shakes out. So that's what we're going to do. This is going to be Pro Modified, running on a 5.6 second index. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens. Calls the boat Aquaholic out of Burnett, Texas. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reality's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, and Cody Childress. Special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 810, Teresa Mollis. Driving a little more therapy for Mallory Carroll. Mallory's under the weather this weekend. We sure hope she's feeling better. But Teresa stepped up and decided she would take the reins, and so here we go. Sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, and Trinity Racing Ministries. Robert, excitement mounting. We got this. Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic in the left lane. Teresa Mollis, a little more therapy in the right. Watch those capsules. There's 10 seconds on the countdown. All right, so finally I got some info out of my computer. Your winner is going to be in the left lane, Jay Hudgens. Moving to the next round. Teresa Mollis, 35 hundredths of a second for reaction time, and then ran a 6:28 with a 9. It looked like the boat got real hoppy right about half track, and she stepped out of it just a little bit wisely. No reason to do anything crazy. And only crossed the finish line with a 110 mile an hour pass. She was already at 127 at half track, and you can see where she had already started to back out of it. Jay Hudgens, 0.2 of a second for reaction time, and ran a 5:95 with an 8. So your winner is going to be Jay Hudgens. Now what are we holding on? Pro Outlaw, you guys should already be at the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Hydro should be warmed up, ready to go. Personal Watercraft, you guys are on deck. Grab your gear, make sure you got fuel. And I believe we're going to be coming back to Quick Eliminator. Okay, here we go. Back to Quick Eliminator on a 6-second index in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes. Left-hand lane, going to be boat number 392. That is Jason Gothard. Calls the boat Texas Red out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor, Wayman Pitchford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield, FPC Services. Special thanks to the crew chief, Terry Marshall, and the family. Wayne Jackson, Joe Yarbrough, Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, and Bruce and Stella Hodges all helping out. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 060 is Tommy Powell, driving for Ray Males in a boat they call Blue Thunder. Sponsored by the Landing Zone, Blues Country Club, Dr. Feelgoods, Henson's Racing Engines. Special thanks to the Males family who made it possible for Ray to be here with us today. Mama Cheryl, we miss you and love you. Robert Ledbetter, always helping. Okay. So Emily just came and told me that for event shirts, we only have small and extra large left, and they're going fast. So if you still need an event shirt, and one of those two sizes will fit you, come and get it now. Quick eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is Jason Goddard, Texas Red. Tommy Powell and Blue Thunder in the Paris, Texas right lane. 6 seconds on the index, 5 seconds on the countdown. Here we go. Oh my goodness. That is not how I thought that shook down. Tommy Powell going to be your winner in the right lane. Jason Goddard had a great start, 77 thousandths of a second. It looked good all the way down, but he was just a hair fast and broke out by 79 thousandths of a second. Ran a 592 on a 6-second index. And Tommy Powell gets his license into Quick Eliminator yesterday. Comes in as the number 4 qualifier, and he'll be moving to the next round. And there's a party going on back here in the spectator area. Check. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, right? We'll take it. True that. All right, here we go. Next up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 221 is Jeff Miller out of Auburn, Kentucky. Calls that boat Sunday Driver. Thanks to the crew chief, Rob Scobie, and the Toho Wayne Fox. In the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Through the Fire, the name of that boat. That's a Cole powered by Chevrolet. Dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and all the volunteers for a great job as always. Your number 2 qualifier is Ken Jenkins. Jeff Miller came in as your number 7 qualifier. Here we go. Ken Jenkins going to be your winner in the right lane. Jeff Miller jumped early, 100th of a second too fast. And that earned him the disqualification from the very beginning. Tough luck for Jeff Miller. He turned in a 149-mile-an-hour pass with a 6.2. Ken Jenkins, 1500ths of a second for reaction time, ran a 6.107, 145-mile-an-hour pass. All right, Personal Watercraft, I need you guys warmed up real quick, please. Personal Watercraft, need you guys warmed up real quick. Stock Eliminator, need you guys on deck. Be standing by. Personal Watercraft, need you warmed up real quick, please. Stock Eliminator, grab your gear. Here comes our last pair of Quick Eliminators. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 623 is Sambo Smith. Calls the boat Sucker Punch out of Morro Bay, Arkansas. Sponsored by Sambo Logging, GNC Machine, Brazos Feed, and Morro Bay Mafia. This race dedicated to Danny Anderson. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 910 is Larry Flores out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Your number 3 qualifier, he calls the boat Hydro Climatic, sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines and Pine Top Construction. Here we go. Sambo Smith turned it on right there in the last probably 200, 250 feet of the course. And he'll take the win in the left-hand lane. Larry Flotas had the better start, 55 thousandths of a second, ran a 6:21 with a 2, and it wasn't enough. Sambo Smith had a 6:05 with a 4 at 141 mile an hour pass. And your winner is going to be Sambo Smith, moving to the next round. Personal watercraft, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Stock eliminator, need you guys to grab your gear and be ready. After that will be modified, then top, then pro mod, then pro eliminator, quick eliminator, pro comp flat, and pro jet. That's the way the rest of the second round looks. All right, here we go. Speaking of pro comp flat, these guys on a dial-in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 238 is Vic Fugate, calls the boat flat blacked out, racing out of Fort Worth, Texas. Special thanks going out to Brent Fugate, Tony Hendrick Racing Engines, Two Guys Marine, and David Carroll Racing. He's dialed in at a 5.8. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 412 is Cole Hendrick, Flat Attack, the name of the boat. To DeMarco with a blown alcohol Chevy for power, sponsored by Hendrick Motorsports, Vic Fugate, Jim Mans, Brian Benton, and Peterson Tire. He's also dialed in at a 5.8, so we got ourselves a straight up race right here. Well, we did. Woo. I love watching those little flatties run. Cole Hendrick gonna take the win. .59, almost 6/10 of a second for his reaction time, and then ran a 6:63 with a 4 on a 5.8. He was 5.87 at the 8.75, and then he stepped back out of it because he had dialed in at a 5.8. But Vic Fugate not able to get the boat to go, and that'll do it. So Cole Hendrick will be moving to the next round. Personal watercraft, I need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Personal watercraft, need you guys to the in-ramp. Stock eliminator, I need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Personal watercraft, need your boats at the in-ramp. Stock eliminator, need you warmed up. Modified eliminator, you're on deck. Here's your next pair for Pro Comp Flat in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Over boat number 075 is going to be Larry Skiro. Calls the boat Flat Nasty, racing out of Highland Haven, Texas. He's dialed in at a 6:33. Sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape, John and Pat Heineke. Signs Across Texas, Joey Witterberg Construction, Charlotte Cormier with EXP Realty, Triple C Liquor, Four Season Ranch, D&J Construction, Thornbloom Plumbing, Casaperio Equipment, Highland Lakes Watercraft, Thomas Mustang Lube, Houston Heat Treat, Chris Osborne, Austin Ashland and his wife Julie. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 502 is Andy Comstock. Your number one qualifier with a 639, now dialed in with a 636. Calls the boat Whiskey Tango. It's a Hondo powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by AC/DC Electric, Night Sales and Manufacturing, Element Salon. Special thanks to his son Chase and friend Tony for all they do. So I want to send out a real big thank you real quick while I can to Jeremy and the folks over at Shiver Me Shavers. Brought us a bunch of snow cones up here at the tower. Woo! It's making a difference, I promise you. If you haven't got one yet, I strongly suggest it. Go get one. Endorsed by Mike Starr. And Racer H2O. There you go. All right, here we go. Larry Scarrow pushed it too hard and broke out by 13 thousandths of a second. And your winner is going to be in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 502, Andy Comstock. We'll be moving to the next round. He ran a 644 with a 6 on a 636. Larry Scarrow had it pedal to the metal the whole way down. He was a little late coming off the line, almost 12 hundredths of a second. And he just pushed that much too hard and broke out by 6 hundredths of a second. And this should be our last pair for Pro Comp Flat. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, going to be boat number 331. That is Tim Ortiz out of Conroe, Texas. Calls the boat Never Satisfied. He's dialed in at a 660. Sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall. Pat, Rhonda, Archie, Gage, and Cash. Thank you to his wife for supporting him on this crazy adventure. And a big thanks to Milton and Jen Tolan for all their help. In the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 034, all the way over from Los Alamos, New Mexico, is Jeff Loring. Calls the boat Nasty Rumors. Your number 2 qualifier. He's dialed in at a 5.96. Sponsored by Jay and Lori Crocker. Thanks for all your support. Thanks to Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Jeff Lindeman, and his crew chief, Tony Elim. Here we go. So Tim Ortiz had trouble yesterday and apparently having the same trouble today. Tough luck for him. But the day is over for him. Jeff Loring will be your winner. He's moving to the next round. So when we see them again, it'll be Cole Henrik and Jeff Loring facing off to see who goes to the final. And Andy Comstock got himself a bye run into the final. Whoop, stock eliminator. Need you guys to the in-ramp, please. Stock eliminator. Need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Modified eliminator. Need you warmed up, ready to go. Top eliminator. You guys are on deck. Stock eliminator. Need your boats to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator. Need you warmed up and ready. Top eliminator. Stand by. Here comes your first pair for Pro Outlaw, running on a 5.2 second index. In the Hobbs manufactured home left lane, out of Odessa, Texas. In a big old twin turbo boat he calls Wild Thing, that's going to be Rick Blethroad, boat number 521. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 1028 is Bill Wire. Out of Marble Falls, calls the boat Aquaholic Behavior. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. Starter called for the lights. Rick Blethroad and Wild Thing in the left lane. Bill Wire, Alcoholic Behavior in the right. Your winner's going to be in the left lane, Rick Blethroad and Wild Thing. Ran a 521 with an 8 at 183 mile an hour. 41 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Bill Wire a little slower, took him almost a full quarter of a second to get off the line, and then ran a 526 with a 1 at 177 miles an hour. And Rick Blethroad will be moving to the final. Cody Childress will be there waiting for him. He's got a bye run into the final. Stock eliminator, I need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock eliminator. Need you guys at the in-ramp, please. Modified eliminator, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Top eliminator, you're on deck. Stock eliminator, need you guys at the in-ramp. Thanks, Deuce. In the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, it's going to be boat number 077. That is Cody Childress, your number one qualifier in Pro Outlaw. Out of Nemo, Texas, sponsored by Travis Tuttle. Or rather, that is a Travis Tuttle with a blown alcohol engine. Sponsored by Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. And thanks to Mama Judy as well. They call the boat Bad Influence. Taking a by run. Rick Blethroad already waiting for him on the other side. That'll be your final. Give me this second. Stock eliminator, this is your final call. Stock eliminator, your final call to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, go ahead and bring them down. Modified eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Top eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Mod, you guys are going to be on deck after that. Modified eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp. Top eliminator, start warming them up. Pro Mod, stand by. Here comes Cody Childress. Ran a 525 with a 9 on a 5.2 index. That's why he's your number one qualifier. Ran a 171.3. And that's going to bring us back around to personal watercraft. All right, here we go. Shelby Hudgens, Catch Me If You Can. Boat number 238S in the left lane. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and special thanks to Todd at Magnum Trailers. In the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 117S, Brendan Lempar, driving for Greg Lempar. Calls the boat Megalodon. He's dialed in at a 13.9. Shelby Hudgens dialed in at a 15.05. And your winner is going to be in the Paris, Texas right lane. Brendan Lampard takes the win. Dialed in at a 13.9, ran a 14.08, 15 hundredths of a second for reaction time. Shelby Hudgens a little slower coming off the line, a little over 3/10 of a second. And then broke out. She dialed in at a 15.05, ran a 15.007. All right, here we go. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 762 is Delaney Head. She came in as your number 1 qualifier, calls the boat Head Start. Sponsored by Neighbor John and family, dialed in at a 12.55. In the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, Angelique Shaw, boat number 004, calls that one Being Bad. Thanks to Mom, Dad, the Bad Company Race Team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. Special thanks to Lynn and Gary Blackburn. She's dialed in at a 13.10. Angelique Shaw, currently the points leader for personal watercraft. Could sure use a win right here. And Delaney Head jumps early, almost 3/10 of a second, and turns it red. Angelique Shaw will get the win. 29 hundredths of a second for reaction time, and on a 13.1 dial-in, ran a 13.31 with a 3. And Angelique Shaw will move on into the semifinal round. Where she will face Colton Byler, who's in the left lane right now, the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 1469. He calls the ski stretch. He's dialed in at a 12.83. Taking his bye run into the semifinal round. He dialed in at a 12.83, ran a 12.63. A little bit fast for the dial in, but it's a bye run. Won't hurt him this time, but he'll need to make sure he dials that in a little better on the next run. 3/10 of a second for a reaction time. And that should do it for personal watercraft for second round. And now we'll be moving to stock eliminator. And Zachary Watson, boat number 1457, has got himself a bye run into the semifinal round, and he's taking it right now. He came in as your number 3 qualifier, He's dialed in at a 9 flat, calls the boat Chicks Dig It, sponsored by T-Shirts and More, Central Texas Jets, Anytime Air and Electric, Mills Market, Fishman, and WCR Construction. 10 seconds on the countdown. Jimmy Todd, how the heck are you this morning, brother? Woo! That was a big old wheelie Zachary Watson took back there. 64 hundredths of a second for reaction time, ran a 9.300, 9.3 on a 9-second dial-in, 83 mile an hour pass, and that'll take him right into the semifinal round, where he will face either Doug Fox or Rodney Blackstock. Not sure which one yet, but we will find out shortly. Modified eliminator. You guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator should be at the in-ramp. Top eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro mod, you guys are on deck after that. Here we go, next pair of stock eliminators. In the Hobbs manufactured homes left lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. Calls the boat Plum Crazy. Driving for Al and Dodie Kirshner, racing in memory of Max Davis. No. In the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 80 is Doug Fox, currently your points leader in stock eliminator, calls the boat Worst Case Scenario. Sponsored by Flying F Farms. He's dialed in at a 9 flat. And Rodney Blackstock will get the win on a hole shot. Took Doug Fox 9/10 of a second to get off the line, and then ran a 9:01 with a 3, but he just didn't have enough to get there. And Rodney Blackstock, with 38 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, gets to the line 44 hundredths of a second faster, and he will take the win, where he will face Zachary Watson in the semifinal round. Hello. Stock eliminator. If you are not at the in-ramp, you are missing your call.
Thank you.
Stock eliminator. If you're not there, you are missing your call. Modified eliminator, need you guys at the in-ramp, please. Top eliminator, I need you guys warmed up, ready to go. And Pro Mod, you guys are on deck. All right, here we go in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 746 is going to be Blackie Bame. Out of Rio Medina, Texas, calls the boat Blackie's Magic. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Mickey and Glenda and Sons, Bob and Marla Winder, Oscar and Jacinda, Marley Ranch, Dave and Jana, Lily Construction, Rodney and Pam Piper, Athora Stage, and his wife Linda. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 877, Justin Stewart calls the boat White Girl. Well, Stewie got caught on a hole shot, but he never gave up. He kept running it hard. Ran a 916 with a 4 and a 915 dial-in. But Blackie Bame going to take the win. 56 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Ran a 1058 with a 2 on a 1048 dial-in. And he'll win into the next round. Top Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Mod, start warming them up, get ready. Top Eliminator, need you to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, need you warming up, getting ready. Pro Eliminator, stand by, you're on deck. All right, we're moving into Modified Eliminator. Your first pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 517 is Jesse James Jr. out of Tyler, Texas. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedar-Built Eagles Motorsports, and JCD. They call that boat Outlaw. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 941 is Bill Miles. That crazy blue little outboard out there, they call it Crazy Cracker. And he actually comes in as your number 1 qualifier. 5-time KDBA champion, 4-time Lucas Oil champ, and we can see why. Jim and Judy Miles, St. Charles Boat and Motor, Anton's Heating and Cooling, and Salesman Farms, Haas Props, all helping to sponsor them. Jesse James Jr. That man can drive right there. He knew where he was. He knew what he needed. He got off the line in 59 thousandths of a second. Bill Miles, 23 hundredths of a second. But Jesse James could see him coming. He knew he was coming. But he also knew if he kept pushing, he was going to break out. He ran an 8:07 with a 5. And gets the win. And he'll be moving into the next round. And that's a good win to get if you can get it, because now he's got himself a bye run right into the final. And your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 1111. That is Stephen Walls. Calls the boat Happy Hour. Sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Buddy Johnson, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, and special thanks to his wife Dawn for being his tow, Steve, Sella, Bruce, Cody, Mandy, Michelle, Marvin, Billy, and Tag. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 311 is Andrew Decker. Calls the boat in too deep. Out of Buckholz, Texas, sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Samantha, Danny and Christine Springer looking pretty decals. His wife and kids all helping him out. Jesse James Jr., currently your points leader in modified eliminator, but Andrew Decker breathing down his neck. He'd like to take a W right now, see if he can't add a few points. It's coming down to it. We got one race left that counts, and that one's going to be in San Angelo a little over a month from now. All right, here we go. Well, Andrew Decker will get the win, and he'll get his opportunity to keep adding points. We'll see if that helps him. On an 8-second index, he ran an 8:05 with a 4 for a 92-mile-an-hour pass. 1600ths of a second for a reaction time. It took Stephen Walls almost a quarter of a second to get off the line, and then he ran an 8:05 with a 1. But it just wasn't enough to get caught up. And Andrew Decker will take the win. So he'll get his opportunity to face off against Jesse James Jr. He's got one more round to make it through, though. Top eliminator. You guys are needed at the in-ramp. Top eliminator. If you're not there, you're running late. Pro mod. You guys should be warmed up and ready to go. Pro eliminator. You guys are on deck. All right, here we go. Let's find out who Andrew Decker is going to face to see if he can get to the final. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 794 is Lane McDonald. Calls the boat High Voltage. Driving for Randy. 8 seconds on the index. He's coming in as your number 2 qualifier, sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, Altex Welding, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, SWAT Speed Marine, George Olson, mom, dad, Melanie, and his fiancee, Caitlin. And in the Paris, Texas right lane is boat number 018. Driving for Mickey Harlow out of Odessa. That's going to be Hardy Cole out of Joplin, Missouri. They call the boat Booger Red. That's a custom craft powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Jet Boat Bills Performance in Tulsa. Sonia Owensby in Odessa. 4A Pest Control in Odessa. Dead Aim Racing in Odessa. Carol McKinney in St. Louis. Dirty Bottom Racing in Joplin, Missouri. Ellison Systems in Odessa, and LOB Race Products. All right, starter call for the lights. There's 10 seconds on the countdown. Hardy Cole and Booger Red In the Paris, Texas right lane, Lean McDonald, high voltage in the left. Hardy Cole going to take the win in the right lane. 76 thousandths of a second. He ran an 8:01 with a 0, but Lane McDonald got a little fast. Ran a 7:99 with a 5 and broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. He actually got there first, but he did it too fast. And Hardy Cole will be moving to the next round. He'll face Andrew Decker to see who goes to the final. Pro Modified, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, need you guys warmed up and ready to go. Pro Mod, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Quick Eliminator, you're on deck. Woo. Man, it's a good day for drag boat racing. It's always a good day for drag boat racing, but today feels like an extra good day. Hey, don't forget, got a tiny little break in the action. Remind you to swing by and visit with Emily over here at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She's got SDBA shirts, tank tops, hats, stickers. She said a while ago she had event shirts, but only had small and extra large left, and they were going fast. So I don't know what the inventory looks like now, but might be a good idea to go over there and check and see what you think. She also has shirts from the racers. So if you've been watching a little bit today and you figured out kind of who your favorite is, maybe one of them is over there. She's got shirts from Wild Thing, Aquaholic, Nitro Nuts, Liquid Voodoo, Don't Blink, In the Red, Flat Nasty, A Little More Therapy, Through the Fire, Whiskey Tango, and Harry Canary. Also, Trinity Racing Ministry shirts are available over there as well. It's also getting real close to thinking about lunchtime. If you're starting to think maybe you got a little grumbly going on in your tummy, we got a whole bunch of food vendors set up back here behind us on Vendor Row. Yay-yays. They got burgers and fries. They got chicken strips with fries. They got nachos. They got foot-long corn dogs. They got coffee and drinks. Roz's Eats back there. They got sandwiches and wraps. They've got drinks set up back there as well. Cheeseburger wrap, turkey wrap. I don't remember what else I saw on the menu, but it's worth going and taking a look. And then there's the Chocolate Kettle, and they are serving chocolate dip cheesecake. I don't know if they have anything else. That's the only thing I saw on the side of the trailer, but it'd be worth going over there just to see what else is there. Not to mention a chocolate dip cheesecake does sound pretty darn tasty. And then Shiver Me Shavers. Snow cones, iced coffee, smoothies. They came over and brought us some snow cones a while ago. Whew. That's life-changing in this heat, I'm telling you right now. You need one. You may not know you need one, but I promise you do. Also, don't forget back here behind us is Beverly Stokes. She's got her trailer set up for Drag Boat Review, providing magazine coverage for the fastest show on water, covering the need for speed. They put out a really nice magazine. If you haven't gone back there and subscribed, you ought to consider it. Pretty good stuff. Also, RESP set up back there. You can talk to them a little bit about their program, see what maybe you can do to help. Maybe you can member up if you're not already. So that's what all's going on back there. And then while I have just a moment, let me thank our sponsors real quick. making it possible for us to be here for the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix at Lake Crook in beautiful Paris, Texas. Want to thank RJS Racing Equipment, RacerDirect.com, RacingJunk.com, Diesel Signs and Displays, RESP, Dragboat Review, Sunoco Race Fuels, Trinity Racing Ministries, Nitrous Outlet, Hobbs Manufactured Homes, WCR Construction, House of Color Motorsports, Fatheads Eyewear, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Extreme Racing Oil and Fuel, DMP Awnings, and Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, and Yamaha. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix, and we are very appreciative of their help. If you get the opportunity to maybe spend $1 or $2 with one of our sponsors, please feel free to do that. Tell them we said thank you from the SDBA. Also, a huge shout out, not only to the guys that are here, out here standing in the heat, working the cameras from Racer H2O, yep, but also the folks that are online watching from the comfort of their air-conditioned home with a cold beverage in their hand. Not that I'm mad at you or anything, but we're glad you're here. Thanks very much for joining us. We'll find out how many people we had logged on now. Let's see. No clue. I caught him by surprise. He's going to figure it out for me. 175. See, we doubled from yesterday. Just almost. Just got to keep going. All you 175 people out there on Racer H2O, call a friend, tell them to log in. We'll double it right now. Y'all are missing the show. We're about halfway through our program, or at least through the second round of our program anyway. Getting ready to have Pro Eliminator. Nope. Actually, we're going to have Top Eliminator, and then we're going to Pro Mod, and then Pro Eliminator. That is the schedule as we speak. We've had some amazingly good action so far, and we're looking forward to a whole lot more amazing drag boat action from Lake Crook right here in beautiful Paris, Texas. All right, so here we go in the Top Eliminator. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, we've got Bobby Thurman, boat number 717. He's got a bye run into the semifinal round, and he's taking it now. Calls the boat Crap Shooter. It's a Curtis 500 Hydro, I believe, powered by Ford, sponsored by Sambo's Logging. Thank you to SDBA, his loving wife Kim, Chris English, and the Sucker Punch crew for all their help. 7 seconds is the index for Top Eliminator. 3, 2, 1, go. Twelve hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Ran 120 miles an hour. On a 692 with an 8. 692 with an 8 on a 7-second index. Won't hurt him right now. And now let's find out who his competition will be in that semifinal round. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 405. That's Matt Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Miller Time. Comes in as your number 1 qualifier. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water. Thanks to Allie, Radley, and Hazel. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 851K is Jake Ballard. Driving for John Parham. They call the boat Control Issues. It's an 18-foot gull wing with a big block Chevrolet for power. Sponsored by Ballard Performance. Winner of this race will pair up against Bobby Thurman in the semifinal round. Matt Miller is going to take your win. He's going to be in the left lane. Jake Ballard left early and turned it red by 97 thousandths of a second, and I think Matt Miller knew it, just sort of take a nice cruise. 775 with a 7 for a 93-mile-an-hour pass. I don't know if Jake knew he red lit, though. He ran a 7004. Looked like he was still going for it. Tough luck for Jake Ballard, but Matt Miller will move to the semifinal round where he'll face Bobby Thurman. All right. Here's our next pair for top eliminator. Winner of this race will actually have a bye run all the way into the final. So it's kind of a big deal, to be honest. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 411 is Ryan Benson out of Mansfield, Texas. The boat's a Curtis powered by Ryan Morrison. 540 cubic inches strapped in behind that driver. He calls the boat Fool Circle. Sponsored by Complete Wiring Solutions, All-Star Motors, Patty Doyle. Special thanks to Jeff and Stephanie Myro, Bo Myro, the Shop Speed and Ring. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 494 is going to be George Olson out of Galveston, Texas. Calls the boat Money Well Wasted. Sponsored by Olson Piling. Pro Modified, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Here we go. And your winner is going to be in the left lane. Going to be Ryan Benson moving into the next round where he'll have a bye run all the way into the final. That was a huge win if you could get it, that's for sure. George Olson, a little late coming off the line, 21 hundredths of a second, ran a 708 with a 7. He was kind of looking back. I think maybe he was ahead just a hair. But the difference was just under 3 feet at the finish line. And Ryan Benson going to take the win with a 702. So Ryan Benson will have a bye run into the final. Matt Miller and Bobby Thurman will face off to see who his competition will be in the final. We'll see them in the next round. Whew, some excitement going on. My blood pressure. So I believe we're going to be moving into Pro Modified is the plan. Pro Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, you guys are on deck. So I was correct. Sometimes I get lucky. And we are moving on to Pro Mod. In the Paris, Texas right-hand lane is boat number 459. That's going to be Henry Bainey. Came in as your number one qualifier. Already faced off with Greg Lempar. Now he's got himself a bye run that'll take him into the final round. He's racing out of Burton, Texas. That's a Curtis 501 with a Chevrolet for power. Sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt and Hunt, Central Texas Jet Boats, Roosters Repairs, American Fiberglass Repair. Special thanks to the Naughty Crew. Y'all rock. And as always, a huge love you to Mama Alice. 5.6 is the index. I said a while ago, Henry was your number one qualifier yesterday. 562 with an 8. 28 thousandths of a second off his number. This guy can drive, y'all. Here we go. 15 seconds on the countdown. Watch that capsule. 5.6 seconds later, he'll be down here on the other end. Let's go. Yes, sir. Oh, we're in a 5703, 152 mile an hour pass. Little early at the light, 37 hundredths of a second, 37 thousandths of a second rather. But it won't hurt him on the bye run, and he now has himself a nice easy ride right into the final round, or the semifinal rather, excuse me. It's the other side that will have a bye into the final. Henry Bainey will still have to race against either Steve Walls or Jay Hudgens. Not sure which one it'll be yet. We will find out the answer to that in moments, I am sure. All right. Here's our next pair, and we'll find out who's going to that semifinal round. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens out of Burnett, Texas. Calls the boat Aquaholic, sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reality's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, Cody Childress. Special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 007S, Steve Walls. Shaken Not Stirred, the name of the boat, out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Buddy Johnson, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pritchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, and a big thank you to Michelle, Sella, Bruce, Stephen, Carl, Becky, Jason, Shanna, Cody, Mandy, Marvin, Billy, and Tag. And another big thanks to Cody Childress and Jerry Hardwick for their help and knowledge. Winner of this race will have to face up against Henry Bainey in the semifinal. I know it wasn't forever, but it sure felt like forever. All right, here we go. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, Jay Hudgens and Aquaholic. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, Steve Walls, shaken, not stirred. .6 seconds is the index. Winner will go to the semifinal round. Henry Bainey's already there waiting for him. Quick Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, ready for you at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, start warming them up. Pro Jet, stand by. There's 10 seconds on the countdown. Pro Modified action at the line. 5.6 seconds is the index. Capsules are down, here we go. So your winner, going to be in the left lane, Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic. Stephen Walls had him at the start, 21 thousandths of a second for a reaction time for Steve Walls, 37 hundredths for Jay Hudgens. But Jay Hudgens just turned it on and took it to the other end, ran a 592 on a 5.6 index for a 151 mile an hour pass. And I don't know if Steve Walls just didn't have enough to get there or what happened, but he ran a 642 on a 5.6 index. Tough luck for Steve Walls and his team, but Jay Hudgens will be moving to the next round. And there's our next two. Winner of this gets a final, or a bye run rather, right into the final. Could have huge implications. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 178, that is Daryl Ehrlich. Calls the boat out of reach, driving for Doug Mater. They're driving out of Round Rock, Texas, sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, Social Security, Retirement. Special thanks to Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding, Waco in Waco, Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, McKenzie, Angela, and Dan. Special thanks to Robert Jers for the four-wheeler. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 927 is Robin Reed out of Arlington, Texas, calls the boat wound too tight. It's a Texas outrigger with a blown alcohol engine. Your Pro Mod High Points champion in 2020. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun in the Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thank you to the crew chief, Wesley Ice, the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie, the Tuttle family for all they do for us, Cody Childress for the motor program, and the crew, Bink and Bart Giles. Not entirely sure what we're waiting on, but we'll get this thing going here moments. Ah, that's what it is. Got boats out there in the shutdown area. That makes sense. I can't see that from here. Once we get those guys cleared out of there, Daryl Ehrlich out of reach in the left lane. Robin Reed wound too tight in the right. All right, starter called for the lights. Ten seconds to go. Robin Reed wound too tight in the right lane. Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich out of reach in the left. Capsules are down. Let's go. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. It's going to be Robin Reed and wound too tight with a bye run into the final round. Daryl Ehrlich jumps early, 21 thousandths, turns it red. And that'll do it. But check this out. Daryl Ehrlich ran a 5.601 on a 5.6 index, 165 mile an hour pass. Would have been an absolutely amazing run, but the red light did the damage. And Robin Reed moving into the next round with a 5.68 and a 6. That's not a bad run either. Next up in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 4-5. Going to be Jason Brandt. Calls the boat Hydro Hysteria, Pro Modified, running on a 5.6 index out of Ingram, Texas. Thanks to Brandon and Ashley Lofstrom. Guild Mortgage, Felix Gomez Jr., racing in memory of Papa Sean Monahan. Just making an exhibition pass. Woo! 166 mile an hour pass. 5:49 with a 13 hundredths of a second too early at the light. None of it matters. Just out here for making a run. 166 mile an hour though. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call. Quick Eliminator, your final call. Pro Comp Flat, need you guys to head to the in-ramp, please. Final call for Quick Eliminator. Pro Comp Flat, need you guys to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, get them warmed up and ready. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 465 is Chad Cupid out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Warpath. In the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, Cersei Elrod out of Greenbrier, Arkansas. Calls the boat Obsession. Winner goes to the final round. Here we go. Chad Cupid going to be your winner in the left lane. Cersei Elrod turns it red by 21 thousandths of a second. And that was the end of that run for him. Chad Cupid, 18 hundredths of a second, and then ran a 660 with a 2. And he'll be your winner going into the final round. Will it be Ty Bolwig or Dawson Dickerson on the other side of the course? We'll see how that goes. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left-hand lane, boat number 895K, that is Ty Bolwig. Sponsored by Bolwig Electric and Refrigeration, Wicks Truck Trailers of Kansas City. They call the boat High Plains Drifter. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, your number 1 qualifier, boat number 789, Dawson Dickerson. Calls the boat Dad's Pocketbook. Sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Piling, SWAT Speed and Marine. Winner of this will go to the final. Chad Cupid's already there waiting for him. Your winner's going to be in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane. Dawson Dickerson, Dad's Pocketbook, 655 with a 107 mile an hour pass. And Dawson Dickerson will go to the final where he'll face Chad Cupid. And I was looking a while ago, the points is so tight in that Pro Eliminator class. Gavin Snyder actually is the point leader by about 300 points. Chad Cupid right behind him and Dawson Dickerson right behind him. Now those two will face off. Gavin Snyder's already eliminated. That might change a whole lot of things in the Pro Eliminator points here real quickly. All right. Here we go, semifinal action for Quick Eliminator, running on a 6-second index. Your first pair looking to make their way to the final. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. That boat's a Cole, powered by Chevrolet. Dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and the volunteers for a great job as usual. He calls his boat Through the Fire, and he comes in as your number 2 qualifier with a 6:02 and a 9. In the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 623, all the way over from Morro Bay, Arkansas, is Mr. Sambo Smith. He calls that boat Sucker Punch. Sponsored by Sambo's Logging, GNC Machine, Brazos Feed, and Morro Bay Mafia. And this race dedicated to Danny Anderson. All right, starter called for the lights. Got 20 seconds on the countdown. Ken Jenkins, Through the Fire in the left lane. Sambo Smith, Sucker Punch in the right. Winner goes to the final. ProJet, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. ProJet, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Personal watercraft, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. And your winner's going to be Ken Jenkins, Through the Fire in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Sambo Smith jumped early, just over 7/100ths of a second. Had a beautiful run after that, 6:04. But the damage was already done at the line. Ken Jenkins will be moving into the final round. right, here we go. The other side of our quick eliminator semifinal. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 060 is Tommy Powell. He's driving Blue Thunder for Ray Males. Sponsored by the Landing Zone, Blues Country Club, Dr. Feelgoods, Hanson's Racing Engines. In the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 505 is Brody Martin. Calls the boat in the red. Phil's Automotive and Towing, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Propane Depot, JMPM Farms LLC, J.C. Jones Enterprises Incorporated, Lake Medina RV Resort, Winters Electric, Brutal Off-Road, Water Boys, Environmental Comfort Solutions, the Massinger family, Walker Ranch, Billy and Ricky Walker. Thank you to all our sponsors. We appreciate your support. Racing in loving memory of James Salisbury. 5 seconds to go on the countdown. Winner goes to the final. Ken Jenkins already there waiting for him. And your winner, going to be in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, Brody Martin takes the win. Tommy Powell jumps early, 35 thousandths of a second too early and gets a red light. And the damage was done. Brody Martin actually went too fast. He ran a 597 with a 4 on a 6-second index and broke out by 25 thousandths of a second. But the red light had already done the damage. And Brody Martin gets a bye run in the first round, takes the win in the second round, and suddenly finds himself in the final, facing up against Ken Jenkins. All right, here we go. Pro Comp Flat. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left-hand lane, boat number 502 is Andy Comstock. Calls the boat Whiskey Tango. Came in as your number one qualifier with a 639 and 9, and he is dialed in at a 639. Sponsored by AC/DC Electric, Night Sales and Manufacturing, Element Salon. Special thanks to his son Chase and his friend Tony for all they do. He got past Larry Skiro in the first round. Now he's taking a bye round into the final. Got 5 seconds on the countdown. Here we go. Andy Comstock taking Whiskey Tango for a drive, making his bye run, and right into the final round. He ran a 6.30 with a 1 on a 6.39 dial in and broke out by 88 thousandths of a second with a 47 thousandth of a second reaction time. 0.47 for his reaction time. ProJet, you guys should already be at the end ramp. Personal watercraft should be warmed up, ready to go. Stock Eliminator, you guys are on deck. All right, let's find out who's going to run against Andy Comstock in the final. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 412 is Cole Henrik. That boat's a DeMarco powered by a blown alcohol Chevrolet. They call the boat Flat Attack. He's dialed in at a 6.7, sponsored by Henrik Motorsports, Vic Fugate, Jim Mans, Brian Beaton, and Peterson Tire in San Antonio. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, they calls the boat Nasty Rumors. That's Jeff Luring, boat number 034. Racing out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. He's dialed in at a 6 flat, sponsored by Jay and Lori Crocker. Thanks for all your support. Also to Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Jeff Lindeman, and his crew chief, Tony Elim. There's 5 seconds on the countdown. Here we go. So your winner is going to be Jeff Luring. 16 thousandths of a second for reaction time. Ran a 661 with a 4. He knew Cole didn't come. He was looking back right about half track trying to see. I don't know what happened with Cole Henrik. It wouldn't start. He got it started now. Just going to drive it down to the other end, get it to the trailer. Personal Watercraft, we're ready for your boats at the end ramp, please. Personal Watercraft, we're ready for your boats at the end ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Personal Watercraft needs you to the end ramp. Stock Eliminator, warm up, get ready. Modified Eliminator, stand by. All right, so there you go, Jeff Luring and Andy Comstock. That is what your final will look like for Pro Comp Flat. And that should bring us to Pro Jet. Don't forget to swing back here and go visit with Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She's got all kinds of racer shirts back there. She's got shirts from the Harry Canary, Whiskey Tango, Through the Fire, A Little More Therapy, Flat Nasty, In the Red, Don't Blink, Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, Aquaholic, and Wild Thing. She also has event t-shirts. I'm not sure how much she's got left, but she told me a while ago she just had small and extra large left over, and they were going fast. But she also has SDBA shirts, hats, stickers, tank tops, etc. Go by and check it out. Don't forget to stop at one of our food vendors. It's getting plumb warm out here, y'all. Go down and get yourself a snow cone, shiver me shavers, or an iced coffee, or a smoothie. They got all of those things down there. Also, on your way back, you can stop by and see what you want from Roz's Eats. They've got sandwiches and wraps and stuff. And then you got Yege's. They've got burgers, chicken strips, foot-long corn dogs. And another little vendor right next to them that's got Texas-sized steak kebabs. Lots of food available right here on site. You don't have to go anywhere. Just cruise back there and find what you need. Please don't forget it is hot out here. Please don't forget to stay hydrated. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water. So we're waiting on our Pro Jets, I believe, getting those guys to the line, and then we'll be ready to go. Personal watercraft, they're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Personal watercraft, they're ready for your boats at the line. Stock eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Modified eliminator, you're on deck, stand by. Personal watercraft, this is your final call. Personal watercraft, your final call. Stock eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Stock eliminator, need you to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Top eliminator, stand by. And then Pro Mod, guess what? We're right back to you guys again. Just be ready. Stock eliminator, need you to the in-ramp, please. Modified eliminator, warm up and be ready. Top eliminator, stand by. Okay, here we go. Woohoo! This will be a whole lot of fun right here. Pro Jet. These guys only run to the 660 buoys right here. And it's just a straight heads-up drag race. 145 mile an hour is the top speed you can run. Any faster than that, you might get scolded. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes, left lane, Mr. Robert Ledbetter comes in as your number one qualifier. He ran a 368 with a 0. Calls the boat the Honey Badger out of Owasso, Oklahoma. 2022 Smoke on the Water Top Fuel Champion. Wow, I didn't see that before. Nice. In the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 987 is Jeremy Dickerson out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Calls the boat Can't Quit. There's 15 seconds left on the countdown. Straight up, just mash the gas and make it go. Yellow buoys is the finish line. Boom. And your winner, going to be in the left lane, Robert Ledbetter, the Honey Badger. 142 mile an hour pass to 660 feet, by the way. 363. Jeremy Dickerson turned it red by 36 hundredths of a second. And then ran a 134 mile an hour pass at 385. But Robert Ledbetter gets it done, keeps it clean, makes it work. And the Honey Badger takes home the win. All right, and that's going to bring us back around to personal watercraft. Brendan Lempar has got a bye run into the final. He is lined up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left-hand lane. Boat number 117S, they call it Megalodon. He's dialed in at a 14.1. Modified stock eliminator, your final call. Modified eliminator. Bring them to the in-ramp. Top eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Mod. You guys are on deck. Brendan Lempar currently the fourth person in points. Seeing if he can improve that situation a little bit. It's all pretty tight up there at the top. 300 or 400 points between them all the way around. So he takes his bye run into the final round. 53 hundredths of a second for his reaction time. He did a 50.98 mile an hour pass. 1421 on a 1410 dial in. Now we got to find out who his competition will be. Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 004 is Angelique Shaw. Currently your points leader for personal watercraft. She calls that boat being bad. Thanks to Mom, Dad, the Bad Company race team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. Special thanks to Lynn and Gary Blackburn. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 1469. That's going to be Colton Myler. Calls the ski stretch. He's dialed in at a 12 and 62. Well, your winner's going to be in the right lane, Colton Myler. calls that ski stretch, and he takes the win. Dialed in at a 12:62, ran a 12:76 with an 8. 13.5, or rather 13.5, 135 for reaction time. Angeli Shaw, 15 hundredths of a second for reaction time, ran a 13:41 on a 13.1 dial in. So Colton Byler will face off against Brandon Lampard in the final. And that should bring us to stock eliminator. Modified eliminator, you guys should already be at the in-ramp, please. Modified eliminator should be at the in-ramp. Top eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod, stand by. All right. So Blackie Bame has got himself a bye into the final round, and he's up there to take it now. Calls the boat Blackie's Magic. He's lined up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 746. Racing out of Rio Medina, Texas, sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Mickey and Glenda and Sons, Bob and Marla Winder, Oscar and Jacinda, Marley Ranch, Dave and Jana, Lily Construction, Rodney and Pam Piper, Authora Stage and his wife Linda, and Crypt Water Sports, also Ken and Susan Land. Taking a bye run into the final. Either Zachary Watson or Rodney Blackstock will be his competition. We'll find that out next. .1044 with a 6 on a 10.5 dial in. 93 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. 72.9 mile an hour pass. And a bye run right into the final. Top eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top eliminator. Ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro modified, start warming them up, get ready. Personal watercraft, you guys will be back on deck after that, so stand by. Top eliminator, ready for your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro mod, warm them up, get ready. PWC, stand by, your finals coming up. All right, here we go. Zachary Watson, Chicks Dig It in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Dialed in at a 9.10. Paris, Texas right lane is boat number 424, Rodney Blackstock. Calls the boat Plum Crazy. He's dialed in a 9.2. Winner will face Blackie Bame. And your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. Rodney Blackstock taking the win in Plum Crazy. Almost identical reaction times. But Rodney had just a little bit better run, ran a 9:29 with an 8. Zachary Watson ran a 9:29 with a 4. Rodney Blackstock making his way to the final. Where he will face off against Blackie Bame. That ought to be a good run right there. Emily says she has 2 extra large event shirts left. That's it. If you still need one, you better go get them. She said she's got 2 extra large event shirts. That's it, no more. Go get them. Modified eliminator, semifinal round. Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 311 is Andrew Decker out of Buckholz, Texas. Calls the boat in too deep. Sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Samantha, Danny and Christine Springer, looking pretty decals, and his wife and kids. And in the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 018 is Hardy Cole. Driving for Mickey Harlow in a boat they call Booger Red out of Joplin, Missouri. Sponsored by Jetboat Builds Performance, Sonia Owensby, 4A Pest Control, Dead Aim Racing, Carol McKinney, Dirty Bottom Racing, Ellison Systems, and LOB Racing Products. Whoa. Is going to be in the right-hand lane. Hardy Cole got a hole shot, 77 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Ran an 8:03 with a 3 for a 93-mile-an-hour pass. Andrew Decker a little slower coming off the line, almost 17 hundredths of a second, and then broke out by like a little tiny bit. Ran a 7:99 with a 9. Hardy Cole still got across the line first by about 56 thousandths of a second. So Hardy Cole will move to the final round. Jesse James Jr. will be his competition. He's going to take his buy run right now into the final round. In the Paris, Texas right lane, boat number 517 is Jesse James Jr. Racing out of Tyler, Texas. Calls the boat Outlaw. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbilt, Eagles Motorsports, and JCD. Top Eliminator, this is your final call. Top Eliminator, your final call. Pro Modified, go ahead and bring your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, bring them to the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft, start warming them up. Stock Eliminator, get ready. All right, so Jesse James Jr., who is currently your high points leader for Modified Eliminator, Andrew Decker, behind him by just a little over 300 points. Andrew Decker just got eliminated. Jesse James taking his buy run. And then right into the final, well, he'll face off against Cole Hardy, and we'll see how that all plays out. All right, there you have it. In the Paris, Texas right lane, Jesse James Jr. and the Outlaw. Ran a little fast, 34 thousandths of a second too fast. Ran a 796 with a 6. 32 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. And he will be in the final where he'll face off against Cole Hardy. And that is going to bring us to the semifinal round for Top Eliminator. Pro Mod, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp, by the way. Pro Mod should be headed to the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft should be warming up for final round. Stock Eliminator. You guys will be on deck after that. So Ryan Benson has a buy run in this round into the final. So that side of the bracket is already determined. What we need to figure out is whether it's going to be Bobby Thurman or Matt Miller on the other side of that bracket. So we'll get those guys on the line here in just a minute, and we'll find out the answer to those problems. Wouldn't it be nice if we could solve all the world's problems that easy? Just line them up and race them. All right, here we go. Ryan Benson taking his bye run into the final round, racing out of Mansfield, Texas in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left-hand lane. Boat number 411. Sponsored by Complete Wiring Solutions, All-Star Motors, Patty Doyle. Special thanks to Jeff and Stephanie Myro and Bo Myro and the shop Speed and Ring. 7 seconds is the index. The boat is a Curtis, powered by a Ryer Morrison 540 cubic inch engine. Woo! A little fast. Ran a 697 with a 3 on a 7-second index. It won't hurt him right now, but he'll need to watch that for the next round. That boat always looks angry for the first half of the course. Just doesn't want to sit down. Just looks like it's fighting the whole way, and then it just sets down and runs nice and smooth for the last half. All right, so now we know. Ryan Benson on the right side of the tree. Let's find out who's going to be on the other side. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 405 is Matt Miller. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, thanks to Allie, Bradley, and Hazel. They call that boat Miller Time, racing out of El Reno, Oklahoma. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 717 is Bobby Thurman. That boat's a Curtis 500, powered by 588 cubic inches of forward. Sponsored by Sambo's Logging. Thank you also to the SDBA, his loving wife Kim Thurman, Chris English, and the Sucker Punch crew for all their help. He calls the boat Crap Shooter. Winner will go to the final. Ryan Benson's already there waiting for him. All right, starter calls for the lights. What? Oh, look at that. Bobby Thurman takes the win, 0.2 of a second. Matt Miller got there first, and I thought it was done, and then I looked down. He ran a 695 on a 7-second index and broke out by 49 thousandths of a second. And that'll take him right out of the competition. Bobby Thurman and Crap Shooter will be moving to the final round. 705 with a 2 on a 7-second index. 0.2 of a second for a reaction time. That was just an absolutely fine job of driving right there. So it'll be Bobby Thurman and Ryan Benson in the final. Okay. Personal watercraft, stock eliminator, and modified eliminator. We're ready for your boats to the in-ramp for final round, please. Personal watercraft, stock eliminator, And modified eliminator, ready for your boats to the in-ramp, please, for final round. Top eliminator, pro eliminator, and quick eliminator, warm up and be ready. So we got one more set of semifinals to do, and that'll be pro mod. That's what I was trying to spit out of there real quick. And then everything after that is finals. It has been a good day. I know that it seems like it's been a little jointy. Had lots of gaps in between, especially with the bigger boats. If you were here yesterday, you know that we were having some issues with the out-ramp, or the in-ramp rather, and those issues have remained. We did try to clean some of that up, but there's still just a big mud hole off to one side down there, and it makes it hard to launch these boats, and especially the bigger boats that are heavier, that sit way low in the water when they're not running. And we got to go slow and easy, make sure we don't get one of those boats filled up with water, excuse me. So it takes just a minute, and we appreciate your patience. We apologize for those little delays, but it's all about safety and making sure we take good care of people's equipment. So that's what we're doing. If you guys really want to melt the internet, all you guys out there on Racer H2O should start putting pictures in the comments of what you're doing to stay cool right now. While we're sitting out here in the, 97, 98 degree heat in Paris, Texas. Share with us so we can suffer and enjoy your wonderfulness. We love you guys, and we're super happy you're out there. You decided to join us. Same deal for you guys. We apologize for the gaps and the delays, but again, it's just about making sure we're taking care of our boats and our people and making sure we're doing it as safely as possible. So we're going to get these pro mods to the lanes here shortly. We'll run out that semifinal round, and then we should have personal watercraft, stock eliminator, and modified eliminator already at the in-ramp for their finals. Top eliminator, pro eliminator, and quick eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go for your finals. We'll be calling you shortly. And then I suspect what will happen, I haven't heard the official word yet, but I think we'll end up moving Pro Mod to the final of the day, but we'll see what happens. Emily says she has, Emily, there she goes. She says she has one extra large event shirt left. That's it. One shirt, it's an extra large. If you want it, you better hurry and go get it. Okay. So I just looked at the Racer H2O stream just because I wanted to see what it looked like, and I see a question there from somebody that I will answer right now because I can. And asking about, is there a current standings list or points list? You bet there is. For all of you guys that are out there watching and listening, you can go to our website, sdbaracing.com, sdbaracing.com. And if you scroll down there a little ways, you'll find the points. You'll also find race results from previous races. There are racer profiles on there. The schedule for the rest of the season is on there. All of that information is there. So if you're curious or you want to know more about the Southern Drag Boat Association, you can just pop onto the website right there at sdbaracing.com. And if you haven't done so already, I strongly recommend you give us a follow on Facebook as well. It's Southern Drag Boat Association on Facebook. Give that a follow. You'll get those updates. You'll get notifications right away if something changes. If there's a change in the schedule or if there's a race upcoming, they'll get that posted for you pretty quick. All of that information will pop really fast on the Facebook page, Southern Drag Boat Association. And then, like I said, the website is sdbaracing.com, sdbaracing.com. Here we go. I see them pulling our Pro Mods to the line. We'll get this show back on the water here real quick. So Robin Reed has a bye into the final round. And I'm assuming we'll see him take that here in just a moment. But before that, we're going to find out who his competition will be in the final. It's either going to be Jay Hudgens or Henry Bainey. You can place your bets on whichever side of that you want to. I personally choose not to choose. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 832 is Jay Hudgens out of Burnett, Texas. Calls that boat Aquaholic. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reality's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, and Cody Childress. Special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 459 is going to be Henry Bainey. Out of Burton, Texas, calls the boat Don't Blink. That is a Curtis 501 powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt and Hunt, Central Texas Jet Boats, Roosters Repairs, American Fiberglass Repair, and special thanks to the Naughty Crew. And a huge love ya shout out to Mama Alice. Henry Bainey, your number one qualifier. Drove past Greg Lempar in the first round. Took a bye run in the second round, and now will face off against Jay Hudgens to see if he can get into the final, where Robin Reed, in theory, is just a bye run away from being there waiting for him. All right, here we go. Starter called for the lights. There's 20 seconds on the countdown. Jay Hudgens, Aquaholic. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. In the Paris, Texas right lane, Henry Bainey, Don't Blink. Semifinal round. Winners going to the finals. Robin Reed is there waiting. Henry Bainey going to take the win, 57 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. And on a 5.6 index, he ran a 5.63 with a 155 mile an hour pass. Jay Hudgens actually had the better start, 14 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, 14 thousandths rather. But then ran a 5.73 on a 5.6 index. And just didn't quite get there. Henry Bainey takes the win. He'll go to the final round, where he'll have a familiar opponent. He and Robin Reed have faced off before. And now here comes Mr. Robin Reed in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Calls the boat wound too tight, racing out of Arlington, Texas. The boat's a Texas outrigger. 565 cubic inches of blown alcohol strapped in behind him. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thank you to the crew chief, Wesley Ice, the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie. The Tuttle family for all they do. Cody Childress for the motor program, and the crew, Bink and Bart Giles. Robin Reed comes in your number 2 qualifier. He ran a 5.64 with a 5 yesterday. Faced off with Cade Genesek earlier this morning. Then he faced off with Daryl Ehrlich. Now he's got a bye run into the final, where Henry Bainey is waiting on the other side. 10 seconds on the countdown. Robin Reed wound too tight. Let's go. Yep. That'll do it. 0.15 of a second for a reaction time. Ran a 5:61 with a 7 on a 5.6 index, 158 mile an hour pass. And Robin Reed, in grand style, takes a bye run into the final round. And the final will be Henry Bainey and Robin Reed, and we will see them back around shortly. All right. Top eliminator, pro eliminator, and quick eliminator. Need you guys to the in-ramp for final round, please. Top eliminator, pro eliminator, quick eliminator. Need you guys back to the in-ramp for your final round. Pro comp flat and pro outlaw. Warm them up and be ready. We'll be calling you guys shortly. Pro mod, turn them around as quick as you can. Pro eliminator, quick eliminator, top eliminator. Need you guys back to the in-ramp, please, for your final round. Personal watercraft final right here in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 1469 is Colton Myler. Calls that ski stretch. 1265 the dial in. In the Paris, Texas right-hand lane. Boat number 117S is Brendan Lempar. Megalodon dialed in at a 14.2. Brendan Lempar going to take the win. 24/100ths of a second for a reaction time. He dialed in at a 14.2, ran a 14.301, 50 mile an hour pass. And that is good enough. He will take the win. All right, here's our stock eliminator final. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. Driving for Al and Dodie Kirshner in loving memory of Max Davis. Thank you to MTR. They call the boat Plum Crazy, and he's dialed in at a 9.2. In the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 746 is Blackie Bame. Out of Rio Medina, Texas, calls the boat Blackie's Magic. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Mickey and Glenda and Sons, Bob and Marla Winder, Oscar and Jacinda, Marley Ranch, Dave and Jana, Lily Construction, Rodney and Pam Piper, Athora Stage, and his wife Linda, Ken and Susan Land, and Crypt Water Sports. He's dialed in at a 1044. Here we go. Your winner is going to be in the left-hand lane, Rodney Blackstock. Going to take the win, 44 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and ran a 9:26 on a 9:2 dial-in. Blackie Bame jumped early and turned it red by 16, almost 17 hundredths of a second. And then ran a 10:54 on a 10:44, but the damage was already done. Rodney Blackstock, going to be your winner.
Tanya. I'm sorry.
All right, here we go. Modified eliminator. Final. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, your current points leader, Jesse James Jr., last year's high points champion for modified eliminator. Calls the boat Outlaw, boat number 517, racing out of Tyler, Texas. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbuilt, and Eagle Motorsports. Also JCD. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 018 is Hardy Cole. Out of Joplin, Missouri, he's driving for Mickey Harlow in a boat called Booger Red. Sponsored by Jet Boat Bills Performance in Tulsa. Sonia Owensby in Odessa, 4A Pest Control Odessa. Dead Aim Racing in Odessa. Carol McKinney in St. Louis. Dirty Bottom Racing in Joplin, Missouri. Ellen Systems in Odessa, and LOB Racing Products. 8 seconds is the index. Final round for modified eliminator. 5 seconds on the countdown. Here we go. And your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. It's going to be Hardy Cole, excuse me. 55 thousandths of a second. Ran an 8:01 with a 5 at a 95-mile-an-hour pass. Jesse James had almost a perfect light, 0:01 his reaction time. But then he ran an 8:16 with a 2. I don't know if maybe he thought he might have red lit. But either way, Hardy Cole going to be your winner. I need top eliminator, pro eliminator, and quick eliminator to the in-ramp, please, for final round. Top eliminator, pro eliminator, and quick eliminator to the in-ramp, please, for final round. Pro comp flat, pro outlaw. You guys should be warmed up, ready to go. And Pro Mod, you guys turn them around as quickly as you can, please. So Pro Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, and Quick Eliminator. Need you guys to the in-ramp, please, for your final rounds. Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Quick Eliminator. Need you guys to the in-ramp, please, for your finals. Pro Comp Flat, Pro Outlaw, and Pro Mod, I guess. Have them warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod, I know you guys just came off. Just turn them around as quick as you can, please. Is that Jimmy Todd back over here lounging again? It is indeed. Look at that. What's up, big dog? Is it cooler down there than it is up here? No. All right. I was going to offer to trade with you. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Outlaw. Need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Outlaw. Need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, turn them around as quick as you can and just bring them. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Outlaw. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp for your finals, please. All right, so while we're waiting to get our finalists to the holding rope, which we're working diligently on, remember to stop by and visit with some of our food vendors back here. I think they're all still set up back there. We got Yay's. They've got burgers and fries, chicken strips, fries, nachos, foot-long corn dogs, sodas and waters. Texas-sized sirloin steak kebabs is set up back there. Roz's Eats, they got sandwiches, wraps, cold drinks. The chocolate kettle, chocolate dip cheesecake. And probably the most important one in this temperature is going to be Shiver Me Shavers. I'm absolutely not showing any favoritism. I just know it's hot. Go get you a snow cone or an iced coffee. Something to cool you down. Don't forget to swing by and see Emily real quick. Grab yourself a t-shirt or two on the way out the door. Oh, look, she came to see me. She is all out of event shirts, but she's still got racer shirts. Wild Thing, Aquaholic, Nitro Nuts, Liquid Voodoo, Don't Blink, In the Red, Little More Therapy, Through the Fire, Whiskey Tango, and Harry Canary. She's got t-shirts from all of those folks. She is out of event shirts, but she does have SDBA shirts, tank tops, hats, etc. All right, here we go. Top Eliminator Final. Bobby Thurman, he raced Jerry Branham in the first round, got himself a bye into the semifinal, and then he raced Matt Miller and took him down and then moved into the final round. On the other side of things, Ryan Benson had Bob Winder in the first round, and then he had George Olson in the second round, and now he is in the final. So that's how that all shook down. Right now, though, in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 411 is Ryan Benson out of Mansfield, Texas. The boat's a Curtis, 540 cubic inches of Ryer Morrison engine, complete wiring solutions, All-Star Motors, Patty Doyle, the shop, Speed and Ring, all those folks helping to sponsor. Special thanks to Jeff and his Stephanie Myro and Bo Myro. They call that boat Full Circle. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 717 is Bobby Thurman. That boat's a Curtis 500 Hydro powered by Ford. Sponsored by Sambo's Logging. Thank you to SDBA, his loving wife Kim Thurman, Chris English, and the Sucker Punch crew. They call that boat Crap Shooter. Ryan Benson is your number 7 qualifier. Bobby Thurman, number 8 qualifier. Out of 9 boats, and these guys made their way to the final. They worked for it every step of the way, though, I can promise you that. And now we're going to find out who's taking home all the marbles. 25 seconds from now, it will be go time. Top Eliminator, running on a 7-second index. And your winner, going to be in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane. Bobby Thurman takes the win. That little hydro, I'm telling you, it looks angry the whole first half of the course. It just hops and moves and doesn't like it, but then it settles down and it just runs like a dream. Ryan Benson got nervous. 0.05 of a second in the red, and the damage was done. He actually had a better run at the big end, 7:01 with a 4 on a 7-second index. He got there first by 0.48 of a second, but the red light did the damage, and Bobby Thurman will be your champion. All right, here we go. Final round for Pro Eliminator. I'm hoping you guys are already there. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Outlaw. You guys should already be at the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Outlaw should already be at the in-ramp. Pro Mod. Hopefully you guys are working your way that way, please. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes, left-hand lane, boat number 465 is Chad Cupid out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. That boat's a DeMarco. 472 cubic inches of Chevrolet in there. Sponsored by Allen's Welding, Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics, Moonlit Mountain Cabins, and Outlaw Boat Races. He calls that boat Warpath. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 789 is Dawson Dickerson. Came in as your number 1 qualifier. Hoping to take that all the way to the bank today. We'll see what happens. Sponsored by Harry's Machine, Affordable English Engine, Olson Piling, SWAT Speed, and Marine. They call that boat Dad's Pocketbook. Starter call for the lights. 25 seconds on the countdown. 6.5 seconds on the index for Pro Eliminator. Chad Cupid and Warpath in the left lane. Dawson Dickerson and Dad's Pocketbook in the right. Here we go. And your winner is going to be in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left-hand lane. Chad Cupid takes the win. 661 with a 3 on a 6.5 index on a 132 mile an hour pass with 89 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Dawson Dickerson turned it red at the start, 11, almost 12 hundredths of a second too early. And then I don't know if he knew it and he just backed out of it, or whether he had a problem. I'm not sure which one happened. It could have been either one, to be honest. But he ran a 10:57 on a 6.5 index. And a red light does him in for the day. Chad Cupid, gonna be your winner. And here comes our quick eliminator final now, running on a 6-second index. Got our number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Made it all the way to the final. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left-hand lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. The boat is a Cole powered by Chevrolet. Dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and the volunteers for the great job, as always. Calls that boat through the fire. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 505 is Brody Martin. Calls that boat in the red. Sponsored by Phil's Automotive and Towing, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Propane Depot, JPM Farms, JC Jones Enterprises, Lake Medina RV Resort, Winners Electric, Brutal Off-Road, Waterboys LLC, Environmental Comfort Solutions, the Bassinger family, Walker Ranch, Billy and Ricky Walker. Thank you to all our sponsors. We greatly appreciate your support. And running in loving memory of James Salisbury. There's 15 seconds on the countdown. Quick eliminator running on a 6-second index. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. Ken Jenkins through the fire. Brody Martin worked his way all the way in from number 1 qualifier with a 6.006 and then lost it on a red light. 14 hundredths of a second too early. And then he broke out at the other end by 7 thousandths of a second. Ken Jenkins had a nice, smooth, clean run, 36 thousandths of a second for reaction time, ran a 6:04 with a 1, and it's good enough to take the win on a 148-mile-an-hour pass. Ken Jenkins, your winner for Quick Eliminator. And that should bring us to Pro Comp Flat. Or Pro Outlaw, I guess, whoever got there first. Could even be Pro Mod, who knows? Who got there first? Whoever comes around the corner, that's who we're gonna run. Whew, it's been a good day of racing. We've had some upsets. We've had some good runs. Nice clean runs all the way through today. We've had absolutely amazing water. Just about couldn't ask for any better. It's been hot, to be sure. But when I think that I might want to complain about that, I remember that those drivers are sitting out there in Nomex fire gear and helmets. And I don't want to trade spots with them, so I'll just live with a little sweat. Pro Mod, if you can, go ahead and bring those things to the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, if you can, go ahead and bring those things to the in-ramp, please. We're ready for you. Pro Mod, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp if you can, please. Here comes a race right here. Not that we haven't had a whole bunch of them already. We've had some good ones, but this one promises to be equally as good, if not better, than just about anything we've seen today. These guys, both of them, can drive the heck out of a drag boat. Pro Outlaw, running on a 5.2 second index. Your number 1 and your number 2 qualifier made it all the way to the final. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 521 is Rick Blethroad. Big old huge twin turbo machine sitting back there. He calls it Wild Thing, and it definitely looks wild if you ever get a chance to look at it up close. They're racing out of Odessa, Texas. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 077 out of Nemo, Texas. He calls that little green boat Bad Influence. That is Cody Childress. Sponsored by Lenco Transmission, TD's Transmission, Galen and Betty Childress. Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. And thanks to Mama Judy, Cody Childress comes in as your number 1 qualifier. Earned himself a bye run straight into the final. Rick Blethroad came in as your number 2 qualifier. He had to face Bill Wire earlier, managed to get that race won. Starter says, let's do this thing. Clock is running, 25 seconds on the countdown. Cody Childress in the right lane, Rick Blethroad in the left. Final round for Pro Outlaw. 5.2 seconds is on the index. Here we go. Cody Childress going to be your winner in the right lane. He had a beautiful run, 1/10 of a second for a reaction time, and ran a 5:52 with a 2 for 163 miles an hour. Rick Blethroad, almost 4/10 of a second for his reaction time, and then just never seemed like he got all the way up to speed. He was 1.1 behind, 1.15 behind at the 660. 1.28 behind at the 875, and 1.4 seconds behind at the 1,000-foot mark. Just never did seem like it went right for him. Cody Childress gonna take the win, and he'll be your winner for Pro Outlaw. Hey guys, our volunteers for the in-ramp and the out-ramp, as you guys know, are the Paris Junior College men's soccer team. They got to leave. They got to travel to a game. They've been out here working in the sun all day, and now they got to travel for a game. So we need a couple of volunteers. We need some volunteers to the in-ramp and the out-ramp, please, to help bring in the pro mods. We just need some volunteers to help bring the pro mods in and out. If you could go to the in-ramp or the out-ramp or both and help out, we'd appreciate it. Hang on just a second. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 034 is Jeff Loring. Nasty Rumors out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Andy Comstock and Whiskey Tango in the right lane. And Jeff Loring going to take the win all the way back to New Mexico. Andy Comstock jumped early and turned it red by 79 thousandths of a second. And Jeff Loring will be your winner. 6:01 with a 6. Brand new boat this season. First time he raced it was at Marble Falls. and he has made that thing work for him all season long. Jeff Loring going to take the win. That'll be a happy trip back to New Mexico for them, I'm sure. All right, so as I was saying, we're about to lose our kids that are working the in-ramp and the out-ramp. They've got to leave to travel to a game. So if we could get some volunteers, just need 2 or 3, please. Just a few volunteers to go to the in-ramp and a few more to go to the out-ramp to help with these Pro Mod boats. That would be a huge help to us. I would go myself, but my microphone won't reach that far, because that sounds like a good excuse to get in the water. It is the last run, so it's really just those 2 boats. That's all you got to help with. But if we could get a few volunteers to the in-ramp and a few to the out-ramp, that would sure be helpful. All right, so this is it. We got 1 run left to make, and it is Pro Mod, and it is guaranteed to be a good one. It's going to be Henry Bainey, Don't Blink, and Robin Reed, Wound Too Tight. Pro Modified, final round. I want to take just a quick moment and thank all of our sponsors for making it possible to be here for the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix at Lake Crook in Paris, Texas. I want to thank Fun and Sun Boats, Tackle, and Yamaha, Extreme Racing Oil and Fuel, Pat Kinsey Drywall, WCR Construction, Hobbs Manufactured Homes, Nitrous Outlet, House of Color Motorsports, Fatheads Eyewear, DMP Awnings, Racers Emergency Support Program, RESP, Drag Boat Reviews, Sunoco Race Fuels, Trinity Racing Ministries, RJS Racing Equipment, Diesel Signs and Displays, RacingJunk.com, and RacerDirect.com. All of those folks helping to sponsor. Also, a huge thank you to Racer H2O for coming out and live streaming the event for us. And for all you folks sitting at home enjoying the air conditioning and a cold beverage, watching the races, thanks for sticking around with us. I know it's been a little disjointed. We've had a few issues with the in-ramp, but we've managed to work through it, and we've still managed to put on a program. Don't forget our next race coming up just about 5-6 weeks from now. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks from now. is going to be our season finale. That will be in San Angelo, the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. It's going to be good. And then, don't forget, we got nationals. That'll be going on in Chandler, Arizona, November 4th, 5th, and 6th at Wild Horse Pass or Firebird Raceway, or however old you are to remember what it was called when. Either way, it will be there. One last hurrah for the year. That'll be November 4th, 5th, and 6th in Chandler, Arizona. We hope to see some of y'all's faces there. Racers, please remember to take your trash to the dumpster when you leave. If you leave, we hope you'll stick around for the award ceremony, but if you choose to leave early, we understand. People got a ways to go. But if you could, please remember to pick up the trash around your pit area and take that to the dumpster on your way out. It would be very helpful. It was just, hello. Hey, also racers, if you have shirts in the event trailer that Emily was selling for you, please come get them and she will get you cashed out. Racers, if you have shirts in the SDBA merchandise trailer, Emily says please come get them and she'll get you cashed out. It's urgent. Oh, don't run away yet. I see him pulling Henry Bainey out there. Stands to reason Robin Reed won't be far behind. How long do we? All right, here it is, the final run of the day and the final for Pro Modified. There's one marble left in the circle. We got to figure out how we're going to get that out of there. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 927 is Robin Reed out of Arlington, Texas. That boat's a Texas outrigger. 565 cubic inches of blown alcohol engine back there. They call the boat wound too tight. He comes in as your number 2 qualifier with a 564 and 5 on a 5.6 index. Your 2020 High Points Pro Mod champion. But Robin Reed is way behind in the points right now. Sponsored by Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thanks to the crew chief, Wesley Ice, the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie, the total family for all they do, Cody Childress for the motor program, and the crew, Bink and Bart Giles. And in the Paris, Texas right-hand lane, boat number 459 is Henry Bainey. Calls the boat Don't Blink, racing out of Burton, Texas. That boat's a 501 Curtis, powered by 540 cubic inches of Chevrolet, sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt and Hunt, Central Texas Jet Boats, Roosters Repairs, American Fiberglass Repair. Special big thank you out to the Naughty crew, y'all rock. And a huge love you to Mama Alice. Always got to get that in there. Right? So Henry Bainey and the Don't Blink crew are number 2 in the points right now, and only by about 80 some odd points. Jay Hudgens is number 1, but that might change here very shortly. There are 15 seconds left on the countdown. Final round for Pro Mod. 5.6 seconds. Your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers made it all the way to the final. It's go time. Henry Bainey jumped too early in red lights by 77 thousandths of a second, and Robin Reed is going to be your winner in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. He ran a 567 with a 458 mile an hour pass. 14 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Henry Bainey turned it red by 77 thousandths of a second and then ran a 566 at 155 miles an hour. I told you it was going to be a good race, and I wasn't lying. Whew. That's the way to finish the day right there. Thank y'all very much, ladies and gentlemen. From myself and the entire SDBA, we appreciate y'all coming and hanging out with us for the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix. We hope we gave you a good show. I feel like we did. We hope you're not leaving here disappointed, and we would invite you to come join us again anytime you want. And if you can't be here in person, don't forget to log in on Racer H2O, and you can get all of the same information on your big old 80-inch screen TV under the air conditioner with a cold beer in your hand. How's that for a plan? All right.